Hey guys, happy Monday. What's up? Camera is still really messed up. Like I tweak it a little bit every time I see it. Like every single time. Nope. Nope. Ah, that's good enough for now. That'll work. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. It was good. was a good pasta. I ate it all very quickly. It was a matter of probably 5 to 10 minutes. It was gone. Yeah. My mic seems quiet. I don't know why it would seem quiet. Is your volume down? Because like I'm looking at my stuff and it's saying that my volume's hitting negative 30 decibels. So which that's in the green. I mean, I guess some of it's 36, but I mean, it goes between 36 and 30 when I consistently speak. Because I have the volume turned, it's negative 6.4. To give you an idea, my game volume's at negative 15.6. And games are still loud, in my opinion. Well, I mean, of course, the stream's going to be different than what I hear. Duh. But yeah, like in a lot of the VODs, I turned the volume up because they were so quiet. I'll have to get one of those mics you just put up over here and just wear. So no matter how I turn it, it sounds the same. No, it's fine. I mean, don't stress it. I would rather somebody say something and be like, "Hey, your mix sucks. We need to do this and this so I can actually hear you." That's fine. I don't feel like I'm speaking quieter than normal. You know, I think it's. Don't worry about it. It's not worth it, Tut. Promise you, it's not worth stressing over. There are plenty of things to be stressed out about, and this is not one of them. There are so many things people stress out they shouldn't stress out about. So don't add this one to that list. Like example, my sodas. Notice anything? Tab broke. We tried taking a bottle opener to it, trying to pop that top. Nope, couldn't do it. So, grab a different can. Yeah, I had two of them do that to me. And I'm like, I've purchased this brand before. I've never had an issue. So I don't know if like if they got dropped or something. And well, no, at this point in time, the pressure would have dropped. It was then they've been inside in the cool, like room temperature for I don't know, at least a week, at least. So, and they weren't like bloated. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of wondering if the tab either wasn't super reinforced or if like the actual lip. Well, no, you still have to pop tab with. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to take something to it and just like shove it in the tab hole because you know if it doesn't then so yeah no let's not do that. Anyway, what's new? What's up? How are things? Hmm. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people say good things about Pal World, and that 1.0 has been a great update. How there was a bunch of people that were super angry, and they're like, "Oh no, we'll fix it," and they fixed it. So it's a game that I would play with Princess if she was interested, but since she's not interested, I'm like, all right, fine. You know, did I tell you that I built a computer and I found one that was it was pretty spot on comparable that was already built for $500 less, but it was liquid cooled, and I was like, man, I'm not a fan of liquid cooling personally. I would rather just use thermal paste and then um have fans. Maybe I'm just old school like that. Very nice quality of life and bigger map, well worth the $30. Oh, I'm not saying it's not worth it. I just wouldn't play it really, you know? It's not my first choice. You know, I if I'm gonna spend money on stuff, it's gonna be something that I really want to play. Like for example, um like okay, here's the thing. Like Neo 3, that's a game that I want to play. But, you know, even though it's 36% off right now, I'm like, just wait. You know, I'll just wait. I have way too much. I have too much. At this point I feel like a glutton um for my stuff that I have. And it's I mean like if I'm going to play solo, I'm not going to play a game that doesn't have an end. You know? You know, for example, you know, Space Marine I play that one because it's something that I can jump in, jump out, not really have this feeling of like, oh man, I have to log in again and do this and do this and do this and do this. No, I jump in, level up, be done. Um, Tweaked a bit for solo play, so it's not as tedious with the gathering and crafting. I'm starting to enjoy some of the games that have ends, so I can play it, beat it, be done. Uh, I will admit, though, I did buy Terraria. I haven't played it yet. I bought it because a friend of mine asked me, like, "Hey, you want to play Terraria?" It's like I don't own it, but I can pick it up. So I did. Haven't played it yet. Like Divers technically doesn't have an end, but again, that's a game that I can jump in, play a round or two, be done. You know, like we had a really good time. I thought with Once Human. I enjoyed the builds in that game, being able to do fire builds, ricochet builds, stuff like that. It was fun, you know. But I did feel like some days, like man, I gotta log into this. I gotta log in and do this. Fair. Okay, I mean, I'll give you that. But yeah, are you talking about Once Human, or are you talking um, or did you mean Pal World? I know you meant Once Human. Camera's going crazy. I meant Tut. Anyway, we've got some Doom to play. Okay. Yeah, camera's still. don't like how the camera looks. I really don't. It's way too... Hold on, let me look at the other screen. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. It still looks... Whatever, I don't care. Nope, I don't care. I don't care. My legs are still kind of, like, sticky from the Neosporin. Oh yeah, Azrak got the heart. No, I've got that on purpose. I got ate up. I got bit like 13 times from different mosquitoes. So
The Creed came back, alone. And the Slayer. Nothing.
Get him on. Bishop Creed. Where is Thera?
The Slayer came, and there was a struggle. We should leave. Now.
right, my boys, let's go. No.
Everyone out, now.
Yeah, I lost the helmet. I remember that. I have a face. Oh, whoa. Oh, nice. Figured he'd be grayer. It's a prequel, so. Snap. Now that's a shockwave. Oh! He's in an acid bath.
They are rage. Brutal. Without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear. Until it is done.
What's up with his... Oh. What, are you like a ghoul now? That's just third-degree burns. Well, he's grayer. Okay. Trolls. Bonk. Wait, I'm berserk.
Rebooting. Attempting to connect to Sentinel Network.
Yeah, right. The little face is like a zombie too. I don't. I don't know how I feel on this. We just bros like that, homeboy. I was doing yard work, so I was trying to remain as cool as I can with how hot it is outside. Although you, sir, have a stronger appearing body build. I would actually wager that you are actually stronger than I am. Stop it. See? Told you. Bro's a tank and I'm a pistol. Oh, that's amazing.
Signal detected. A beacon is emanating from the mortal plane.
Keep going.
Scanning. Vessel located.
Wait, vessel? So, is this technically my hell, and this is me trying to come back to life? Don't answer that if you know. Dude, man, this is honestly, this has been some of the most fun that I've had in Doom. I'm not even lying. Like, this has been a good time. Bing. Although, to be fair, like, not to rub this in, but I kind of hope I do a good job at making people realize that I enjoy most of the games I play. There's been very few games where I'm like, yeah, no, absolutely not. Very, very few. Like, for example, your only move is hustle. I didn't care for that game. It's not my style. I mean, I probably could have gotten better at it. But I didn't want to get better at it. This is not a style that I really enjoyed. Ha! Alright, stop. Tamer time. Oh, yeah, buddy, let's go. Got wing? Hey, buddy. Your Dove chocolate wrapper's pulling you out? How so? It's going, man. Overthinking is prohibited for the next few months. I mean, oh boy. Oh, whoa. I need to be quiet. Boom. Oh, hello. Yes. I need to... Whoa! Hi, guys. Come on. Do the green thingy. Do the green thingy. No, not that green thingy. That. Nope. I almost killed myself. Don't know how to think any other way. I mean, you do, you just trained yourself to stay that way. All's quiet on the western front. Keep it simple. Oh, excuse me. Okay, you guys can chill out. You're working? Okay, I need to reflect the green shot. That's not a green shot. That's not a green shot. That's not a green shot either. All right, fine. You got a green tonight? Yeah, I suppose. It's, you know, it's red night. That's okay. We can make do. So what is this? That was pretty easy, actually. Woo! Where is he? What? That was close. Where's the demon? Ah, there you are. There's one down. Oh, that was close. Well, I guess they're not completely out of green. There's some on the ground. Oh, music change. Let's go. Oh, I hate these guys. Those guys are probably the third more annoying ones for me. I think the most annoying is probably... the shield guys aren't even that bad anymore. Go away. Back later, some actual work's calling me for a bit. Be well, Gotwing. Good to see you, buddy. It's hilarious watching that demon get tossed around. So let me know, Gotwing, if you're hiring. His arms are gone. I'm probably not qualified to. Ooh. Anyway. Ad break in 3 minutes. Not the ad break. Also, this music is really good. Oh, eyeballs. Okay. Hey, buddy. Gong! Gong with the wind? That was so perfect. Okay, what's this executioner thing? That's what I do while under the influence of Berserk. I was not Berserk there, was I? Smash 3 gold chests. Perform 25 executions on demons. Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm just okay. Nope, we gotta go back. No! Oh, I missed it. Oh, perfect. Okay, so there's. Huh? Bonk. That was so satisfying. Aw, man, I'm an ad break. This is only 1 minute at least. That's alright. No. Okay, why can't I open the door? Oh, they're actually doing keys now. Let's go. Let's go. come back for you.
Arcane totem identified. Rerouting to next objective.
Okay, so there's also a thing I gotta go and do. There's a blue skull back over there in that one area. Yeah. How do I get over there? All right. Wait. That's one. Thank you. Be a weapon skin, be a weapon skin, be a weapon skin, you're a toy. Okay, where's my fight? Want to fight? Hello. Is there a trigger that I missed? Bang! That's better. Let's do this. See ya! Yeah! We got two of these bad boys. This is okay. Let's go. That's more like it.
Arcane totem identified. Rerouting to next objective.
Or if I could, you know, we're gonna try it. Bye-bye. Okay, it doesn't work on those guys, which is fine. It'd be hilarious if it did, but that's fine. Hey! Stop running away! Oh, yes! That's cool. Yeah, here's the blue door. Ta-da! Hello? Big summer blowout. Alright, 2 more executions. Whoa. Oh, beautiful. Whoa. No, that's bad. Oh, no way. Dang it, they both died. Okay, let's see here. There had to be something. Ta-da! Alethic signal. Well, this shade of red is not pleasant to the eyeballs. Bye-bye. There we go, 25. Excuse you? That was 25. Conserve the ammo. Grab the armor. Hey! Burst. Bonk. 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 I can't use my shield. Oh, I was just enjoying the bonking it. Hi, Banshee. Let's use another gun. I probably would use this one. But yeah, that's pretty cool. But I really like my fissure. Ugh. See, I don't really need that because I don't use it. Yes, that's a lot of shots. We'll pass for a bit. Red Skull. Thank you for letting me get up here. Greybook sent me a couple of fans to help with the heat. Just very kind. Oh, get wrecked. Goodbye. Hey, nope. Yeah. Snow fan, a mini air conditioner. Ooh. Got it. Hey, buddy. Oh, man. That's still pretty warm, Banshee. That's pretty warm. Yes. Yes, it is. Trust me, I know how hot it is. I was just outside mowing. Woo. Hello. Oh, I got excited, but the problem is I actually needed to do that. I think many of us are, Banshee. What? Who's shooting at me? Oh. I didn't even need the thing. Are you ready for winter? No, no, no. No, no, no. Felt that though, you guys have had a rough last few days. Past couple feels like 115. Range, somehow our AC is keeping it 72. Yes. Be grateful and praised. Oh, I fell. We'll grab the one.
Spartan totem obtained.
Oh, there's no yellow one? So, I know I've told this story before, but when Princess and I were in our first rental house, it actually got so hot in there that the thermostat didn't have a temperature, it just said high. Because it was over 100 degrees in the house. Pretty darn hot. I have a thermostat, but my tower fan has an ambient temperature reading for how warm the room is. Oh, yep. Yeah. Dang it. It was 84 in the apartment last night and to get blackout curtains. Yeah, those will help. Some. They're not gonna make or break you, but they will help. Set that up. Oh, I still got the... Lame. Perfect. So great. Oh, now we're going back up. Now, how did I miss? Missed it. Clearly. Now we're good. Now, why did it let me do that? And other times I've died, huh? Huh? Come on. Yeah, man, that's a pretty cool jump, though. Tip I heard was going to try to get a rig dual. Wait, dual pane windows. Basically, tape up a layer with thick bubble wrap out the window. Yeah, we should do it in the winter time. Keep the heat in. If it was plastic, though, then you would you wouldn't use bubble wrap. There's a specific kind of plastic that you would use, and then you'd use a hair dryer to have the heat stay tight with the tape. I landed on his head. Bro doesn't have any. Oh. That's a pretty decent secret. I'm okay with that one. That's 2. Hasta la bye-bye. Hey. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, you died. Thank you very much. Special film is too fancy. Bubble wrap for the win. I mean, it was cheap. I didn't know what it was even called. It's some kind of like plastic wrap you put on windows. Like, that's what it was designed for. I missed a whole spot. Yep, we're going back. Dang. I was hoping I could kind of like skip it. Now, hold on. Why? Why is that still there? Oh, check mark. Seems pretty obvious. Ah, that's what I missed. Wrong button. Right button. Anybody else wants? Oh, nice. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, yeah, life sigil. All right, all right, all right. Oh. Pardon me? Man. There's a shrine? Ah, there's a shrine. Boom. It's the end of the mission! So what is this?
Payment required.
Now, that's gonna come back to haunt me. That was the boatman, I bet. Oh, this is a battlefield.
Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
That's terrifying, but actually really cool. Hi. Come on. Alright, you're done. You're about to be done. Your armor's busted. Your face is gone. Hey, nope, thank you. Move it, move it. Did I cause those to go a different direction? Oh no, I need that. Alright, there's that one. It's gonna be such a pain in the butt. Oh, stop it! Man! You know what? Let's set some demons on fire. Let's be ironic. Oh. Okay, that's probably my number one most annoyed attack. The goop on the ground.
Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
Bye. Say sayonara. Those guys. That worked out beautifully. Take you down a notch. Bong! I get such a kick out of, well, not so much a kick, but, you know. Alright, so that's that, that. What weapon do I want? Let's do, you know what? I haven't used this yet. Hey! Stop it. Oops. Okay, maybe we don't use the new gun we haven't used before.
Vessel scan. Routing to bridge.
Maybe we do it anyway. I mean, the rampant speed though, it drops pretty quickly. Oh yeah. Boom. I don't know how I feel about this weapon. That was insane. So it's got some short range on it, looks like. Yeah, it does. See, that's what's crazy. Because you got this version of it. Ow. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, come on. Please. Okay. Dang it. Huh. Yeah, just resist the popping.
Routing to bridge.
Alright, we're gonna go like guns I really like. Already got hit, mission failure. Boom. Bro's been disarmed. Bye. Okay, that thing sucks.
Vessel scanned.
That evil thing dies. Like, I'm going to liquefy it next time I see it. Whoa, I messed up the parry time on that. So, got another one. Thank you. Alright. Now. Berserk! Oh, wait, what? Man! Oh, well, I went berserk. Didn't work like I wanted it to, but
Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
I'm gonna grab that berserk and I'm gonna go ham. Bah. Yeah. Bong. Told ya. What? Thank you. I hate those things. I hate those things. Come on. You know what? No. Bye. No!
Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
You're dead. A bong. Up. Hey. Okay. Catch nose. Okay. Aw. died. All right. Yeah, boy. Hey, lost your armor. Bye. Oh, what? Oh, that was close. I did get tailed. Bong. Bye, Ryder. Oh. I'll take that heart. Thank you very much. Skull ammo increased. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Good timing on that. Well, find it. The door not open. Okay. No, we don't want to get that yet. You know what? Come here. Thank you. Okay, so I knew it. So, aha! Ta-da! Oh, that wasn't considered a secret? Aw, man. Oh, does it pause? It does.
No? Is that your final answer?
No secret is safe. Oop. No, that was a secret. Uh-oh. That was a rough landing. Okay. Like, that's how those mines sounded. Whoa! Okay, that's a good secret. I like that one. That was a good one. The shield sometimes feels like cheating. Huh. Let me just walk to the other side. Away we go. This is a massive vessel. Honestly, he looks like a locust from Gears of War. It's Manic Super Yacht for Manicon. Will we know where to go? Oh, okay. That's kind of obvious. Grabbing speed. Too angry to die. Sounds like something from God of War. Only 3 more to go! The Slayer, having broken through the gates of hell, looks now to bring justice to all who have wronged him. You still look like a ghoul. Oh, this is kind of cool. Ah! Devs, let me appreciate your in-between spooky Dark Souls 2 area.
By blood right, we invoke the dark powers to call upon the damned. back.
Oh, that's... Ah, and he's whole. What? Yeah, the dead awakens. I like this forest. Ha! It's Wake Forest.
The outer defenses were slaughtered. Novic's forces are surrounded.
The Creed just surrendered. He's not responding.
No? Okay. Doom Guy fights his way out of hell, gets resurrected via Blood Right, and the first thing he does, tries to jump back in. Skull Crusher again, though? Yeah, I don't really care for that one. It's neat and all, but eh. Can you blame him? That was a sweet boat. Alright, do I want... Like, think about the amount of time this takes. That's a lot of time. And you move slower. Well, I lost my ghoulish figure. Yes. Wait, I wasn't the leader? About third. Bong! Oh, that was the leader. Because, like, if you look at the amount of time it takes for me to kill these guys, like, this is not that long. And having to build up for that and move slower? Oh, nice shot. Dang it, didn't want to use that. Get exploded. Oh, it's you. Ugh. My timing's off. That's bad. There we go. That's better. That's better. You can shoot nowhere. You know what? Forget it. Hi. Bye. Maximum health increased. That's cool.
He just took out a siege tower.
Get word to Novik.
All right. No. Hi, tank. Bye, tank. Yo, what? There you go. Like, why did you not reflect back? No, we're going this way. Aww. Ping pong. What? Oh. Get planned. Uh-oh. 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 Dang it. I had such a smart plan there, too. Did not work the way I wanted it to. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Hi, buddies. Oh. Don't do that. Hi, you go. Nope, nope, nope. There's one down. Why not? You can go through that. Ha! Nope. Come on. Woo!
Demons are taking heavy casualties.
I'm tired, boss. Aw. Yeah. You go, I bet. 3-1. 3 on, 1 off. 5 on, 1 off. 5 on, 2 off. 1 on. Are you about to have your 5 off? Or 3 off? Yeah, I don't like Yugo's schedule. 1 + 1 + 2 + 1. Or wait. Or is it 1 + 2 + 1? Get a key. Assign the key. Well, we're coming back here. There's the Leaf Face goal. And the Seam crit. Alright, so what weapon skin did we just get? Okay, I can tell what weapon that is. That is this one. No. It was the... Wait. We got tomorrow off, then 2 nights, 1 off in 4 days. As a reminder, yeah, all of it's 12s. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, that's gone. Dude, I'm... Not a whole lot that I can say besides oof. That's all it was? Secrets, huh? Wait a minute. This is the first, like, the second level, I think. Like, second or third level where you make the Atlas with the power core thing? Disrespect to the hustlers out there, but I value my time more than my money. I'm 37 now and a bit tired of the bachelor life and work grind. Yep. Oh crap, I was in the spikes. Ooh. I put everything into work, the grind. I'm not gonna allow myself the possible disrespect or rejection. Besides, Starburst, I see plenty of content. Well, you're in a different situation, Banshee.
Enemy threat has been eliminated. You've regained control of the battlefield.
Up.
We can't stop them!
Oh. Well, oh. Oh, duh. I can swim.
We can't stay here!
Alright. G's the push button. Let me know that on hot days I ain't sharing my liquid with no one. Aw. Okay. What's up, Shuma? Wrapped it. Also, finally asked the waitress I liked if she was seeing someone. She said, yeah, and honestly, I was relieved. I tend to kind of hold on to, I guess, prospects and put my hope into someone I like. Well, it's not a bad thing. You can still be respectful and have a good friendship. You're pretty decent in the moment, Crimson. Glad to hear. And like, yeah, what you do with the answer there, you know. Like I said, you can still be respectful and have a good friendship. So yeah, I wasn't looking for a wife when I met Princess. And I think I'm just going to be content with the idea of not getting into a relationship or having kids. If I get offered a good time, I can take it without having qualms. That's definitely a decision you have to make. Oh yeah, the offs are actually flowing. Well. Oh, hello. I wouldn't be overly eager. Just saying. Be overly eager. Ah, I didn't mean to do that, but alright, we're going to. Go. That's swift move. What? is it. This is bad. Nope, 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 nope. That. Oh. Oh, I have all the armor and all the health. Yay!
Second tower is down.
You're a stand-up guy, a good friend of those who know you, someone who's going to see the good qualities, and if it's meant to happen, it will happen. I told the guy that was talking to me that people had peed in the dating pool and the lifeguards were non-existent. This is good because I put money in Vegas that you would do it in 3 lives. I mean, I did. You're not happy? Oh, I did that too early. Odds? Yeah. 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 Oh, it's leather. Oh, guess we're going down. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's a secret. Pull the lever. Okay, so I got the life sigil. Cool. Ah, okay. More water? It is, but not in this amount. What's sliding? Tim sliding. Weird. Oh! I slipped. I'm not sliding anymore, which that's good. Huh. Oh, I already forgot to get up there. That was the weirdest, like, just hover fall. Yeah. I have one. There's an upgrade for everything. Okay. Now. Go this way? Yes. Indeed, but if you are in the back rooms, almond water is better. Why is almond water better? I'm drinking water from a nutser. Yeah, Shuma, I'm gonna need you to rephrase that. No. No. That's not okay. A zombie? Hi, buddy. Why am I so floaty? This game's doing some weird stuff. Zombie, why am I so floaty? Earlier I was skating. Yeah, clearly I am. I don't know how. Well, it actually started before. Oh. Yeah, right? Well, earlier I was skating. Like, I was just sliding, and I'm like, why is it like I'm on ice? Oh, there, I think it fixed itself. I don't have the yellow key. But I do have this. Good job, Crimson. You the man. No. I will take the health, please. Whew, okay. Okay, so we're gonna do this. You know what? Bang. No, I do want that, and one of those, and this. Shoot me, I dare you. Excuse you, sir. You're not allowed to do that. Thank you. Hey, bro, can you chill? Wow. Okay. Thank you. You, sir. You know what? Nope. Not dealing with all that. I said nope. Okay. Hey, boys. Uh-oh. Yeah. Thank you. That's not bad. Maximum Reaver ammo. It's my dagger rod. Welcome home, Hugo.
All targets destroyed.
There's one left.
The big one. Oh, but I gotta go up there. No, I gotta find the spot. Now, that may be... Yeah, we're definitely doing that. I didn't even find the yellow key, though. Ah, man. Oh, yeah. Hey, dude. Bye-bye. Whoa, whoa, I don't want that. Oh, well, say, why are you not breaking? Your armor should have been broken a long time ago. Thank you. I have other secrets to find? Excuse me. I did not mean to use that.
Enemy troops have been obliterated.
Oh well, I used it. Campaign evolved. I might get the Center Edition if not for the novelty. Just waiting to hit a performance. Family says he's been playing it and it's not great. Show what I've learned. I figured I'd like it much. Basically, Halo Reach modified to be Halo 1 with Unreal Engine 5 cover. I really enjoyed Reach, personally. I really like Reach. And my wife probably still has trauma from it, but you know, whatever. I would still put the remake over the anniversary by a landslide. Yeah? I didn't even know to be looking for the wolves. Which remake are you talking about? Now, are you saying that the remake is better than Combat Evolved? Like the Master Chief version that you're talking about? Or no? Dang it. Oh, visually. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'm on the same page as you now. Route. No. I haven't looked at anything really, Hugo, to be completely honest with you. I saw there's new story stuff. They changed a few things here and there, but I haven't done really anything. Hey, the yellow key. Yay! Yeah, you're in a lot of pain. I guarantee that. You guys are all so hot. So how do I get a... Oh, I need the yellow key for that, which I just got. There it is. I was like, the yellow door's over here. All right. Missing a wolf. Oh, I haven't gone over here yet. So what way do I gotta go? Oh, okay, towards that. I'm not much of an aesthetic guy, but Halo 1 Anniversary, the one in Master Chief Collection, is a toggle between original graphics and Oh, yeah. Anniversary graphics are far too bright and weird to it completely obliterates the original tone and feel. Areas supposed to be dark and spooky are well lit to the point you never need your flashlight. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've played through. I bought that on Xbox, and I played through all of them on Legendary solo. I think I even streamed Halo 2 Legendary solo. I think I did, because the cutscenes were amazing. Yeah, sorry, I did. Oh, I'm floating again. It's so floaty. Oh. Stop. But I'm not out of options. ping pong.
Demons are being routed.
Okay, Real One Reach, you can kind of see where the overall style is retained while improving the graphics. I don't know how to explain it. It's refined, not changed. How's that? I was hoping there would be a wolf. Really need. It's like they redesigned the character models and props and objects. They just made them look better. Ah. University feels like Netflix adaptation of the game. Oh no! In comparison. I did miss that. Oh wait. Dang, that's brutal. What? That's it? We're in all. And all that, just, I'm not mad, but a little unnecessary. Forget, we're leaving. I'll try to beat this tonight. Yeah, where it's like, yeah, I know who that is. They say the things they're supposed to say, but it's weird casting where everything just feels off, like a little like a bootleg. All right, I mean,
Creed's ship is powering up. The Makers won't allow this. The Slayer will decide his fate.
bye. Nope. you. Yeah, there we go. Bye. I kind of don't know how I feel about the voice changes. Because like Johnson's different. I'll let you live, but you attacked.
It is your duty to protect your creed.
Yeah. Oh, see, now this would have been... That would have been a nice mechanic to have earlier. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm just saying I was sad, is all I meant. That's all I meant.
Prince Ezric, please, help me. I can still be of service.
Buddy.
I only did what was asked of me.
Oh, that's... That was cool. I actually had like a legitimate bullet hell moment there. Ooh, 3 of these now. Actually, you know what? That was quick. Yes. Oh.
I'm worth more to you alive than dead. I can bring you Prince Ezric.
He's gross. Oh, phase 2. Let's go. I like this. Nope. Oh, let's go.
You will use power to the minute.
Bye.
Wait. Thera. Azaric is keeping her alive on his ship. If she dies, his power would die with her. I can take you to her.
He said, I don't kill her. Yeah, he did. What skin did I get? Yeah, I missed the stupid. Stupid. Oh, the Reverend skin, though. Nightmare skin. Yeah, exactly, got wing. I actually like that. We got 2 to go. Oh wait, final battle? Yo, check it out. That Atlas looks sick. Army of the big boys. Oh, it really is an army of the big boys. Oh, dude, that guy's running with a battle axe. Let's go. Give me that one.
It won't be ready in time, sir.
Refueling complete. Royal Atlan online.
Your Gundam isn't ready yet. Start shooting, dude. Oh, of course he goes out with the one-armed one. Oh, let me have the big one. Oh. The king took the lesser one.
Fire!
It even has a cape. Oh, let's go.
Combat.
Okay, first. Make sure our weapons look cool. Actually, I think I do like Reverend better. Okay, now we can go to town. Alright, the King's Atlan comes equipped with a powerful new tier of finisher, Siege Breakers. Completely filling with a combo bar, deal massive damage to your partner target, also destroy their armor.
Mode engaged. Siege breakers are on.
Alright, I remember how to do this. Double kill. Hey buddy, guess what? You hit me in the face. I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. Okay. Come on. Haha. You want some too? You look cool. Be a real shame if I, you know, just kind of tore you limb from limb. Oh, come on. Yeah, boy.
Slayer is tearing through the front lines.
Those Titans are protecting the siege tower.
Oh, this thing's fast. No capes? Oh, come on. Oh, I dodged poorly on that. That's the first time I failed like that. Alright. Now I gotta pay really close attention now. Parrying is so much easier than dodging. Where'd you come from? All right, thank you. Okay. I believe. Okay, much better. Oh, when you play the DLC, it's actually... I don't have the DLC, so... I don't want to use this, well, punch it. Let me punch it. No. Or, yes, exactly. I am wrecking it.
Boom. Nope, nope. There we go. You get a clear view of the battlefield. You get a double? Double! Your turn. Bye. Ever seen a Gundam headbang? Yeah, it would be nice to have a giant shield. I agree with you. What? How did that hit me? Oh, I definitely took that one. That was my fault. Yeah, right? Let me pry from one of the bosses. Dang it. You? Come here. All right. Like, let me kill this dude and just take his shield. Alright, let me take the sword. Bam. I know I blew up the shield. It's sad. What is this? Give me a sword, give me a sword. Please. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, wait, what? That was weird. Aw, man, just for that short time? It's like getting teased.
Have been crushed.
This really is like God of War. That Atlas does look sweet, though. Oh, it's... Oh.
It's a kaiju. The old one. Oh, ow. Okay, so he goes up in the air. Oh, okay, right. Hey, buddy, guess what? Get punched in the mouth and in the face. Oh, get blasted. Oh, hey, that's not okay. Oh, I dodged this early. Oh, you got a combo now. All right. Whoa, hey now. Again. Yeah, I'm dodging too early. Look at your knees twice removed. I don't know about that. All right, hold one, let's go. Time to dance. Gotta be more patient. Oh, I want a haymaker punch. Hit again. Be patient. You can read it. Fast when he's actually moving. All right. Don't wake as a thought. I don't know what that is, but I don't like it. Oh, I dodged it. Y'all. No. No. I gotta build all that up again. It's so slow. What? What? Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Hi.
probably. Goodbye, old one. Oh! No?
I've never met you before.
I can never rule as king, so long as you are the only one they fear.
Ooh. Okay, we're paused. First off, hi. Hold on. I don't even have a blue sky, by the way. I don't. Yeah, sorry. I don't use any social media. So, maybe you got the wrong person. I'm sorry. But, yeah, this is the wrong time to come in and do stuff. Like, if you want to talk to me, that's fine. But, like, no, Banshee, be nice. Be nice. Nope. Chill out. It's cool. Have a great night. I apologize. There's been some mix-up, but yeah. There's a blue sky with my same profile pic as your Twitch. Seriously? Hey, hun, check it out for me. I'm gonna do this boss fight. Look into that, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Whoa, hello. Wait. Oh, duh, I'm trying to... Okay. I was trying to dodge because I was so used to being in the mech. Oh, I'm using it. Yeah, I believe it. Did my blue sky get hacked? No, I don't have blue sky. It was Hive that I made.
This is true power.
Okay. Gino, I have no idea. They can't find my handle. I'm gonna ask one time. Please leave and have a great night. Otherwise, I will remove you. I have no problems doing that. I don't know who you are or why you're upset. I'm sorry, but yeah. No, Banshee. Hey. Be kind. Be kind. We don't know what's happened to them. We don't know what's happened. We don't know what they've been told, how they've been treated, or anything like that. But yeah. It's okay. Like, we have to be kind, be considerate. If people are hurt and upset, you don't overcome that by yelling, screaming, and being rude to people. You have to be kind and respectful. You know, of course you can point out things, but no, we got to be respectful. But yeah, I'm gonna ask. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to say your name. Is it Genevieve? I like Genevieve, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. But have a great night. Wish you the best. Dang it.
I want to study the fight a little bit. Okay. I gotta stop pressing spacebar. I got so used to dodging. Alright, so we're gonna get this weapon out and this weapon out. Okay, there's first phase. Thank you. There we go. Oh. Bye.
How does it feel, Slayer?
Pretty great, actually. I'm using that symbol there. Ha! I dropped ammo. Oh, he's bleeding. Now he's angry. Yeah, sir, your blade has eyes on it. And guess what? Your face is scarred again. Oh. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Oh, his wings have eyes. Okay, now we're in for a phase change. Let's go. I'm ready. No, I'm not ready. I don't like how fast that is. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Time for the long fight. Let's go. Oh, wait, what? Oh. How many times are you gonna swing, buddy boy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yee! All those eyes must have 200 vision. But he probably still can't see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Oh, I blocked that. It's demon killing time. It's Crimson Die time. Dang, this is elegant as all get out, but the timing of his attacks suck. Man. Let's just... Ouch. Bro's got range. There's a tempo to this. Whoa, get a flail in the face. What? Yeah, that's yeah, can you imagine Teal? Could you imagine though? Oh, dang, that's way faster than I thought. Okay. Multiple faces only a mother could love. Probably why he's so angry. Oh. Okay, come on. Hi, Nobunaga. Time to lock in. Not today. Woo. Not today. This gun isn't even upgraded.
Enough of this.
No. Die. Oh no. No! No! Oh, I missed! That's bad!
Nope. Come on. Yes. Oh. Oh. Is that my dragon? You kill my dragon? Yes. Please don't kill my dragon. Oh, you done messed up. You messed up. There's the rage. Oh, sick. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. Exactly, zombie. Exactly. Now he's dead. Yeah, you messed up. This feels like a proper boss. Like, I'm enjoying this. Oh, I'm not enjoying it now. Oh, I should have shot that shot. All right, I got the boss fight down now. I think
think I understand it fully. Oh, a little too close. Ah! So I guess maybe I have too long of a recovery on that? Is that what that is? Alright, let's see here. I was wrecked. Oh, you know what? That was bad. I have an idea. Yeah! That, I paid for that dearly. Ah, dang it. Yes, zombie, it's right where I want it. It's honestly, here's the sad thing. It's still a little too easy. Like, I understand what I'm just trying to get, like, max damage out. Dang it. Max damage, I'll say a zombie? Look. The only thing I can do is, like, I could change the amount of damage I deal, and how much I take. Make it faster? Or make it slower? Honestly, the game would be harder, I think, if it were slower. At least the boss fights. I think if it was faster, I'd actually... Oh, crap. Prefer that. Oh, no! Oh, hello. Oh, hello. I'll block one of them. All those eyes explains why my nose is itchy? I did. Honestly, I did mow the grass before stream. I'm not even gonna, like, she's not kidding. You know, let's try this. Yep, got up at 5:30, went to work, came home, mowed the grass. Oh, crap. Oh, right. He does chain attacks there. Crimson. Come on. Whoa! Why did you get... You guys saw that too, right? What the heck? Why is it doing that? All right. Oh no. Two, three. No, I messed up. All right. Oh. I know you get like 14 attacks, but chill out, please. Uh-oh. 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 This might be it for us. Yeah, we're too angry to die. Yeah. I'm annoyed that I messed that up because like I had that down. Wrong way for that. Yeah, I have my rhythm back up now. No! I'm almost, not gonna lie, zombie, I'm almost tempted to turn the speed up. Oh, yeah, brr. Oh, it does damage, let's go! I was really hoping that I know that I can't jump it, but I was hoping it was a timing thing and not my shield thing. Oh, hi. Yep, buddy. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Whew. Oh, that was close. That was way too close. Okay. Oh, that was garbage. All right. Try and block. Something really ironic to me about setting a demon on fire. I like it. It's for the dragon. I pressed it that time, I'm just saying. Alright, what's... Oh, you know what? I'm a dork. Oops. Oops, too early. That one and that one. Nope, I want that back. So jealous of him. There you go. Enjoy your time. There we go. Guess what? This time, No. Not this time. Nope. Throw the spear at him. I'll see you later, Gotwing. Oh, nice. Oh, look, you're back to normal. Oh.
Azric's life signal is still active. It is transmitting now from the Hell Dimension.
Magically heal Fluffy now. Right? Right now.
Fira. Are you all right?
I am.
Okay, there's one more. Oh, yes. He could definitely use a few stim packs. Unfortunately, I'm so bad at Fallout, they all get used very frequently. But that was the final battle. But this is the final battle? Yeah, just try and stop me. We did final battle hard enough before. That dude's armor looks sick. The guy on the left. Didn't have to say anything. Oh look, she has a crimson blade. that's kind of cool. Yeah, someone turned on the heater. Dude, he's got a hammer. Look at
the Slayer.
Draw the horde to us.
Interesting. Keep in mind, he's still a dude that got stabbed in the, you know, the side. Oh, come on. Don't do this.
Buy him as much time as you can.
Don't give me a final battle and then... Alright, where's the... Oh, the music's good. Why is that parry not working? Like that. Thank you. Oh, that was so fortunate for us. That was so fortunate for us. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. It's like, that wasn't a final battle. Exactly! It's like a tease. I'm tired of getting teased. You know what I want? Give it to me. Fallout 76. You know, I had okay time with that game. I played it for a little while. It was alright. Oh, not you. You. Oh. Perfect. That was that was perfect. Optional ending. They should rename this level for Fluffy and make you invulnerable the whole time and just hack and slash me down. Yes. Right. Yes. But you have to beat the game on Nightmare. Zombie, I'm giving you this one permission here. The secrets here, are they worth getting, or should I just go ahead and go for the kill? YouTube black hole. Well, that's kind of on you. You can stop the black hole at any time. Go for the kill. You can always come back. Yeah. I don't really... this game is super fun. Don't get me wrong. I have enjoyed it thoroughly. I don't know that I'd play it again. Like another playthrough. I don't know. Doom games are one of those that, like, unless I really have an itch... unless I really have a specific itch, like, I'm like, you know what? I want to, like, suffer even more, you know, in my gaming, you know, instead of just outside of that, then, you know, I might do a ridiculous challenge on this, but I don't know. I mean, like, legitimately, I don't know if I would ever do a one life playthrough. I don't know. You know, I'll see you, Nobunaga. It's good to see you, dude. I mean that. Glad to have you around. This is a me thing, guys. I'm just gonna let you know this is me. This is not condemnation for anybody else, judgment, or any kind of like put down. If this is what you do, this is fine. But just for me in my headspace, I don't know that I really like doing things like sub goals or follower goals, or things of those nature. To be like, okay, if we get this amount of, and like I said, make sure that you understand this is not a put down. If we get X amount of things, then I'll do this. For example, if we hit, this is arbitrary stuff. If we hit, you know, 30 subs, I'll do this. Or if we hit 100, then I'll play Doom Eternal the Dark Ages until I, you know, beat it in one life. You know, stuff like that. I struggle with doing stuff like that. But yeah, that's my point. That's probably the only time I would do something like that. No, I get it. I'll nibble on the game here and there myself in my own time to see if I can find everything. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, I want to have more accuracy. Releasing. Oh, it removes the charge though. Actually, ever streaming to play a game 100% in front of my eyeballs, or I feel like as if they have failed me. No, I'm just kidding. Shuma was not indeed kidding. Wait till the game say 100%. Like, remember back when I played Hollow Knight and I did the 102.4% or whatever it's called? I'm not even afraid of these guys anymore. Like, I finally figured out how to fight them. Yes, agreed. I do like the music for this. The heck? Eh, why not? Oh, there's two of them. That's why. Okay. I'm not feeling this music. If they can do Little Marietta Little Lamb, Shuma. I wasted that life sigil, but oh well.
Mary had a little doom, little doom, little doom. Its fleece was red as blood.
No, don't be overpowered. That went really well. We had a little Doom who was too mad to die. So where does this game fall in terms of the video game timeline? Prequel. And that makes me angry. It is. Honestly, Zombie could tell you the correct order. I don't think it does. Like, how are you more technologically advanced in the Dark Ages? You know what I mean? I'll take that. You. Hey, what? Technically, the Dark Ages wasn't really dark. I mean, they have the light source. You know, true. Thanks, Shuma. I meant going from this to 90s PC Doom. Yeah, well, and not even necessarily that, but like, that doesn't be a massive change, but more or less what I'm saying is like, okay, could you imagine if they redid all of the Dooms? Like, redid every single one of them to upgrade all of them? Sir, you almost had me. Ooh, thank you. A good way to get new people exposed to good video game. I mean, I'm not complaining. I really like this one. This is legitimately probably my favorite Doom that I've played. And it's not even because I'm streaming. Oh. Not because I'm streaming, but I think it feels like. Oh. So it takes place somewhere between Doom 64 and Doom 2016. It's in a very weird spot, roughly around there. Oh. Oh. I saw him. But yeah, I think the reason why I like this one so much is I feel like I feel powerful in that, like, I also feel like they throw more at you, which is fine. But I wouldn't give her a room clear right now. Bye. Hey. It's a 1993 game released by Epic. All right. Where's the big guy? There's that one. Just where you put your foot down. Oh, that's where I put my hammer. It's gone through hell and back multiple occasions. Basically pulling the shepherd and bringing Doom Guy to life in every game. I just, this one I feel a lot more, like I have a lot more control over the character and the defenses that I have. And not, I mean, the thing about, other Doom games is that it's all about your movement, which this one has some movement to it, but like also it's your parrying, it's this is more an aggressive style, if that makes sense. Like, yes, it's defensive, but like you're aggressive in your defensive style. Is that
approaching?
Been to hell and back to hell and back to hell. I forget it. We'll go. It's 11 o'clock. I need to get this boss killed and this game finished. delete button. Yeah! Yeah, you don't need that. Well, now I'm not going to use it. Use this reverse psychology. That was close. Hey, stop it! Please climb. Please climb. Okay. Oh! Cool hit me. Oh, dang, you're tough. Thank you. Thank you. You. Excuse you, sir. New history is much the culinary. Stop moving. Oh, he's on a mount. I was looking at the boss and I'm like, what am I seeing here? Yeah, some of these guys, they ride the little horny demon guys. Horned. That was awkward. Hey, now where do you think you're going? Get back here. No. How did I miss that parry? That's better. Those dudes, little rolly guys, they're annoying. All right. That was satisfying. Hey, you missed. Hey! These things spawn in demons like that, sir. And there's your little rider there. I know, right? It's like you can't just spawn in like that. No. There's one. Whoa. Okay. Oh, for pity's sake. Thank you. Where's the big demon? There you are. Oh, look, your leg's gone. Gun ammo? Launcher ammo. Oh, hey, that's all the demonic essences. Oh, my shield broke. That's not good. Buddy. Oh, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Oh. Yes. Yo, M1, what's up, man?
Adler's ship is taking off.
Oh, no, it's not. We're about to beat this game. Again. For the first time. I made it. I didn't hear no bell.
He's
on board. We hold our ground until he finishes this.
Oh, there's a whole level here? No. Okay. You just knocked me away? Is that what you think? Huh? That was satisfying. Well, I mean, I'm kind of invincible. It was for Fluffy. Yeah, this time make me overpowered and let me smoke this dude. Aww. Yes!
Avenge your god.
What? Azric and the witch? Hey buddy, guess what? Oh, that's not okay. Hey, girl. These hands are ready to eat for everyone. I was like, really? Did you not learn the first time?
Now, as long as I live, the old one can still be resurrected.
Hey, guess what? But you won't be doing the resurrecting. Whoa! Ah, you thought?
I command the Horde. Kill me, and this war will never end.
All right. So, like, what is this? Like, there must always be a Lich King? Hello, my name is Inigo Mundungai. You killed my Fluffy. Prepare to die. Oh, did you try to get away? Ooh, careful.
I've lost your edge, heretic.
No. No, 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 no. Not this time. Oh, I was hoping to fight them both again. Also, how am I the heretic? Oh, that's not. Oh, what? No way. No way. You're getting the shotgun treatment this time. Oh, he's got some range. Even this one. Oh, what the hit me? That's bad. Oh, maybe it's me. Oh, I already read that. Maybe it's like you kill me, you have to take my place. And that's the attack that killed me last time. I really like the flail coming out. Oh, man. Man. Does that make me the witch? Wait, I'm not a witch. I'm your wife. Okay, I gotta get the timing down for this. This gun. Second. And back. Yep, that's what I wanted right there. I can't jump it. Alright. This. Smack him with mace, and now he dies. Not this time. Oh, clean through. He's burnt pretty well. They all leave? Oh, not even a quick death. Kentucky Fried Demon. I want to see the hammer in action. He's no longer ahead of his game. Just go home? Or do they just run rampant now? That was kind of satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's like, nah, I'm not messing with that. Bye. No. Honey, I don't even have the DLC. That's it. There's no...
Any word?
No one has seen him since the assault.
We are much better off with him on his own. And you, young Sentinel. Your father tells me great things about you.
Thank you, sir. The Maker's Church has disavowed all actions taken by the Creed. They give their word he was acting alone, and they'll bring justice to anyone that collaborated with them.
We'll move forward with our own Inquisition, quietly.
Their armor is still really cool. Right.
It is time to look forward. We will always be a people of faith. But we must consider now who we will put that faith in. And I say to you, there is no better place to turn to than ourselves. This is our home, and we will stand together to the last sentinel to defend it. As we have before, as our ancestors did, as we always will. And lastly, I'll ask you to join me now in paying our respect to him. The people of Argent-D'Nur rest easier now, knowing he is out there.
Oh. He commandeered one of the... Oh, that's hilarious.
Identified.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Slayer, prepped for launch.
Prepare for Slayer fall. Yeah. I'm gonna borrow this, and by this I mean take. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't even get every upgrade. Well, every weapon upgrade. That was fun. I really liked this game. Like, I really enjoyed that. Nope. All you people that I'm skipping your names, thank you for making this game. Oh, I got a nightmare skin. Got to play through the whole entire game again because, you know, I've got a new skin. Actually, it's kind of sick. Yeah, that's kind of ballin', actually. I wish I'd have gotten an Atlan skin, though. No dragon skins. Yeah, here's my settings if anybody wants to see. Wait, where's difficulty settings? Oh, I guess I don't have difficulty settings here. Huh. Okay, well, snap. I gotta figure out what game I'm gonna play next. I won't be able to stream Thursday because I close again. But actually, I might work 10 to 7, so there, I don't know. I probably won't be able to be home till like 8. Yeah, Kibo, I'm so over my schedule. I won't even lie. It's all over the place in retail.
Like, I open today, I close tomorrow. I'm off Wednesday. I'm a mid Thursday. I think I have a morning shift. I think I open Friday, and then I close on Saturday. So, but, yeah. Fun times, fun times. Oh, okay. Let's shift gears here for a minute. Shuma, I want to do that kind of schedule. It just kind of happens. No, we don't close at 7. We close at 9 o'clock. I don't get out there till almost 10. No, I'm tomorrow. Oh, my camera's working. There we go. Yeah, so we do. Well, my schedule this week, I was saying I opened today, so I got there at 6:30 in the morning. Tomorrow I work 1 to 9:45. Wednesday I'm off. Thursday I'm 10 to 7. Friday I'm supposed to be 1 to 9:45. Or I'm sorry, no, 6:30 to 3:30, I think, on Friday, and then Saturday I work 1 to 9:45 or 1 to 10 on Saturday. So yeah, that's how much my schedule changes day to day, even week to week is different. So yeah, it's yeah. The pay is good and the benefits are really good. So like, I may complain, but I make good money and the benefits are really, really good. So I won't complain too much. Anyway, guys, let's find a raid target. I am so tired. I don't know, Kibo. I make a lot more money in retail than I did when I was in food service, by quite a bit. But yeah, we'll see. Anyway, that was really fun. I really enjoyed doing, like, honestly, this game was fantastic. If you guys want to play a first-person shooter that's got a lot of action, get it. That's some of the most fun I've had in Doom, period. Exactly. Zombie will keep you on your toes. Doom the retail saga. Yeah, it feels like it sometimes, Shuma. Until I can find another job. You know, until I can find something better. That's why streams have been so irregular. You know, if I close multiple times a week, then it just messes with my schedule. But I love you guys. I mean it. I was going to raid out almost midnight, and I've been up since 5:30. I'm going to bed. So I love you all. I mean it. I'm really thankful that you're here. I'm glad that I get to talk to you guys. I hope you all do have a lovely evening, and I look forward to seeing you guys every chance I get. Good night. Good night, Kibo. Good night, Shuma. Night, Zombie. Night, Avengers. Night, Banshee. Night, Manic. Good night, sweetheart. I'll see you in a bit. All right. Good night.